Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, June 4th. And you have the roll call, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly.
Are there any additions or corrections for closed session?
No additions or corrections, Chair.
With that, I'll call for closed session. We'll have items 1B, D, and E. Is there any public comment on those items in closed session? See nobody. And with that, the board will recess until for closed session. It'll be reconvene at 10:30.
Diego, can you hear me? Diego or Anna? Okay, I can hear you loud and clear. Okay, so just wait for the chair to call your name and I'll turn on the local Spanish. Okay, perfect. And Anna, are you there? Yep, I can hear you loud and clear too. So thank you guys. We're all set. Okay. So that's all you do.
Good morning. I'd like to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And may we have the announcement of Spanish interpretation services? Is that Diego? Again?
Diego?
Thank you, Diego. We have now the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Askew, would you like to lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. With that, we'll take up our resolutions. We have 7 of them today. I believe 5 are being presented. I may be off on that, but do we have any public comment on these resolutions? See nobody in chambers, nobody online.
Move approval.
Motion by Supervisor Lopez, second by Supervisor Vallejo. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. I'll do the, let's see, the first resolution here is for Elder Justice and Vulnerable Dependent Adult Abuse Month, and then maybe I'll have Supervisor Lopez follow me on that one. Good morning. There we go. We have two we have 2 copies of this resolution for today. I'm going to be presenting. This is for Elder Justice and Vulnerable Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month for June. And as we recognize elder abuse and justice raised this month, we're also mindful of the United Nations World Elder Abuse Awareness Day theme of ethical, legal, and cultural factors in considering guardianship. And with the shift in age distribution in the United States, elder abuse has become more of a public health, human rights, and social justice issue. The Elder Justice Act of 2010 addressed abuse, neglect, and exploitation of older adults. When it was reauthorized in 2020, the safety and security of vulnerable dependent adults was added. In 2023, the Elder Justice Reauthorization and Modernization Act directly appropriated $4.5 billion through the year 2027 to respond to 3 new issues. These are issues addressing medical legal needs, responding to social isolation, and strengthening the long-term care workforce, which of course is extremely, extremely important in taking care of our elders. So we can all unite around the notion of healthy aging by demanding a global response that focuses on equitable and protective treatment of our older and dependent adults. And with that, it's a pleasure to present this to you. On behalf of the board, I'll give you 2 copies for you there. And I'll pass the mic over.
All right.
Thank you. And thank you to the Board of Supervisors for recognizing this month. So my name is Emily Nickel, and I'm a program manager with Aging and Adult Services. And so I want to bring this a little bit closer to home. So estimates are that we have at least 8,000 seniors and dependent adults in Monterey County alone that are suffering from abuse or neglect, and most of those go unreported. In our county, we have a team of just 6 social workers who are taking all of those reports. And in fact, they are serving over 14,000 calls, or getting over 14,000 calls a year from seniors and dependent adults who need services, including from community members who are making reports. So then we also have a very small team of only 13 social workers answering all of those, or investigating all of those referrals. Last year, we had 2,700 referrals, which is the highest number we've ever had. And we're only going to see that increase as our population increases. So just to put it in perspective, those stories that you hear on Dateline or that you read about in People magazine, those are happening right here in Monterey County. So that couple, the elderly couple that lost $1 million, our social worker is investigating that. And the dependent adult who suddenly finds herself pregnant but doesn't know why, we're investigating that. And the senior who got evicted from their house and is living on the streets, we're investigating that. And so what that means is that our social workers are going out there and they're doing a holistic assessment of the person. And then they're providing them with community resources and linking them to services to help their situation. A lot of it is educating about scams, about resources, about caregiver supports. And so, but it's not just our social workers who can help seniors. So I'm going to actually turn it over to Gloria Rivera-Perez, who's my colleague in Aging and Adult Services, to talk to you about what you can do to support seniors and dependent adults and the people who care for them.
Thank you, Emily. So what you can do is check in with older adults who you know are living by themselves. You can also listen to and provide support to caregivers. You can also report suspected abuse or neglect. You can give us a call. Our number is 831-755-4466. And also you can grab or get yourself a copy of our resource guide, which has a lot of community resources. And this is our Living Well, Aging and Disability Resource Guide here. And we'll leave some of these for the supervisors.
Fresh off the presses, our team is the one that creates this guide.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'm sure we want to get a few photos here. Maybe we can bring the banner out here in front of everybody.
And we've got the 2 tall people holding it.
All right, Martin, you want to come up and join me? All right. So today we're here to celebrate a retirement, but it's not a retirement from the County of Monterey. It's a retirement from military service for Martin Zuniga, who also happens to be a county employee. Let me tell you a little bit about his service. 26 years of service to our country. In that time, he has traveled the world. As part of that service, he served our country in the United Kingdom, South Korea, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, and Iraq. First as a specialist based out of Kuwait Naval Air Base, and then as a psychological operations specialist based out of Al-Assad Air Base. This service to our nation deserves to be held up. And Martin, most of us know in South County. We don't know him in this uniform. We know Martin because when kids need a book, whether you're in Bradley, Parkfield, or any other stretch of that broad rural expanse, Martin shows up. He shows up in the bookmobile, and he sits out front of your school and he welcomes you in and is that warm face. When your community is in tragedy, during the fires that overtook Arroyo Seco a few years ago, and you tried to get away and you needed that first person to welcome you from the county team, you pulled into the King City Library, and there was Martin, late at night, giving you a safe space to gather yourself and look for resources. Service means the world to us. It's why we do the work we do in the county family. And Martin, you exemplify that, both through your service for the County of Monterey and also through your military service. It is an honor to acknowledge your retirement today and thank you for your service to our nation. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors and all the citizens of Monterey County, we congratulate you and look forward to this new chapter on that side of your life while you continue to serve Monterey County in your role as a library assistant too. Thank you for your service to our nation, Martin.
Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for this recognition.
Thank you, Martin. We'll present this to you.
And Supervisor Askew, I think you have two resolutions, one on World Safety, Food Safety Day, and the other one on the Western Stage.
All right, thank you for joining us. We've got our amazing team from the Health Department here to receive a resolution proclaiming June 7th, 2024 as World Food Safety Day in Monterey County, and to call upon our private and public institutions and organizations to recognize this day by participating in learning opportunities and activities that promote preparation for the unexpected in food safety. World Food Safety Day is recognized by the World Health Organization as a day set aside to inform, educate, and assist the public regarding food safety worldwide. The food safety theme for 2024 is Food Safety, Prepare for the Unexpected, highlighting the impact of food safety hazards worldwide. The World Health Organization estimates that 1 in 10 people worldwide fall ill from contaminated food each year, with over 200 diseases that are caused by eating food contaminated by bacteria, viruses, parasites, or chemical substances. And 40% of foodborne disease burden is carried by children under the age of 5, who are at a greater risk for malnutrition and mortality due to unsafe food. Here in Monterey County, our amazing, incredible team at the Monterey County Health Department and the Environmental Health Bureau affirm the role of governments, local organizations, society, and the private sector in promoting food safety to foster a culture of responsible food production, distribution, consumption, recognizing the importance of raising awareness and building capacity at all levels to enhance food safety practices, standards, and to acknowledge the significance of science-based approaches, risk assessment, and risk communication in managing food safety hazards. Our Environmental Health Bureau is supporting World Food Safety Day through a campaign that recognizes the importance of food safety and promoting our health, economic development, sustainable agriculture, and the need for cooperation and collaboration to address food safety challenges and to mitigate risks to public health. So before I pass the microphone over to you, I'll just say that this food safety issues, it touches our lives in a variety of different ways, whether it's at home, whether the power goes out and you've got food in your refrigerator, whether you're eating out at a restaurant. I was at a local organization and we were having dinner and I saw their environmental health rating up on the wall. So just sort of checking in to make sure that all of those practices, but also in a community like Monterey County where we have such tremendous food production happening here on the large scale, making sure that as food comes off of fields or is grown in our fields and is packed and prepared for distribution, that we have the highest expectations and processes in place to ensure that all of that food that is grown, produced here, out to feed the world remain safe as well. But I'll pass the mic over to for the comment. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Marnie Flagg. I'm the Assistant Bureau Chief for Environmental Health. And thank you, Wendy, for this incredible honor and fellow supervisors. I'm extremely proud of our Environmental Health Bureau Consumer Health Protection team led by Susan and our other supervisor, Armando Gonzalez. They are an incredibly wonderful, skilled team that is out in the field every day protecting the public health for all of our restaurant patrons and other organizations in the county, and the work that they do is invaluable to the people of Monterey County. Our relationship with the community is very important to us, and our collaboration we hope to continue into the future. We will be working on a brand new application in the future for our customers to look up inspection results so that they can work on doing their own research before they go out to see inspection results in real time so that they can have all of the information at their fingertips. But it's really important to us to have education on a forefront. So if anyone has any questions, they can always reach out to our bureau, and we are happy to continue the relationship that we have with our customers.
Thank you again. Let's hear it for Environmental Health Bureau and our food safety team. To the middle. We need to put a mark on the table here. Yeah, okay. Okay. Stand here. Great. Thank you again. Yeah. Behind the scenes, all the things that happen when you go out to eat and you don't even realize there's people behind the curtain making sure everything is safe and in good shape. All right, next up, we have, I'll invite for the Western stage, representing Hartnell College's Western stage, and I'll give you this to hold. Thank you. So this is a resolution honoring the Western stage on its 50th anniversary here in 2024. The Western Stage is celebrating its 50th anniversary as a vital part of Hartnell College's mission to provide education, experience, vocational, and avocational training in the arts to students and community members from the age of 5 to 85. And I bet you've had some younger and olders come through as well. The Western Stage's uniqueness as a program is built upon the opportunity for local student and community talent to work side by side with theater professionals, resulting in the highest standards of performance and production for Salinas Valley communities, and an early advanced practical experience for students to experience the rigor of higher education in the professional arena to prepare for transfer. The Western Stage's ongoing commitment to present lesser-known works as a means of amplifying new voices, improving its relevance, and reflecting the resiliency and richness of Salinas Valley stories and shared lived experiences across cultural distinctions. On behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, I want to honor the Western Stage on its 50th anniversary celebration and encourage everyone to make time for live performance and theater in your life. We've got a great venue right here at home with very high quality performances and professional team putting it on. So if you just make any comments? Sure. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Chin Parker. I'm the Managing Artistic Director at the Western Stage. This is a lot of firsts. First, thank you, Supervisor Askew, for this honor, and the rest of the board as well. I invite you and hope that you can come to the Western Stage during our 50th season as my guests. I'm a first woman and first person of color to hold this title, so I take this very, very seriously, that moving into the next 50, that we look at stories that reflect folks like me who don't necessarily see ourselves on stage, as well as doing the classics that everybody loves and knows in live theater. So thank you very much for recognizing the Western Stage. We are working hard to rebuild, so please do come through our doors. Every person through supports our mission to make sure that we exist, that we're vital, and that we have everybody in the county knowing that we belong to them. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and we'll take a quick photograph. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, and look forward to seeing you again soon at the Western Stage. Back to you, Glenn.
So we have one more to present. This is item 7, accept recognition of the California State Association of Counties, California Counties Foundation Certificate for Exemplary County Service. I'd like the entire board to go down here to the front, please, for this one. You know, Nick, why don't you come up here too? Yeah. Yeah, just come and join. Yeah, come right in here. Because this exemplary, the certificate of exemplary service from the California County Association is actually going to Nick Chulos. Nick has been with the county for just about 50 years. That's a long time ago because he actually came on to the county in the planning department when my dad was still a county supervisor. And believe me, that was a long time ago. I was in high school at 17 when he went off the board. So, you know, Nick, it's well-deserved. Everywhere you go, you've been through a lot of different departments. Everywhere you go, you make it better. And you have a way of communicating with people. You have a way of getting to the to solutions on issues. And it's just a great pleasure for this for you to get this. I'm just hoping that I can outlast you. So I'm gonna pass it to Sonia.
All right. So we know Nick loves surprises. So we have one more surprise for you. We do have a special guest, and maybe more than just one special guest joining us today. So if our special guest could please come to the front. And so if we can have the three of you come up to the front, that'd be great. And so this is Nancy. This is Nick's wife, who we included in this surprise. So if you could move there. And nice to meet you. I'm Sonia de la Rosa. Nice to meet you both. Nice to meet you. So if you could join Nick. We thought we should have folks that are near and dear to Nick and who share him with us join him today, because quite frankly, we are so honored that you allow him to spend the day with us. And not just that, to also attend conferences where he's made numerous amount of friends. There has not been one place where I have gone where somebody does not know Nick and knows him deeply, going back years as friends and coworkers and just quite frankly, just family. So this spans anywhere we've gone with NACO, which is the National Association of Counties, and also with CSAC, with the California State Association of Counties. California State Association of Counties gave us an opportunity to acknowledge somebody who exemplifies extraordinary service, and Nick immediately came to mind. He provided nuggets of information about himself, such as he loves good salsa and chips. So for those of you wondering what to get Nick, there you go. But in addition, yes, exactly. In addition to that, he is truly an example of all of us in this community, from immigrant parents, and really holding on to the history that he has, not just as an employee, but as an individual and a person, and just a darn good human being. And that's what we are acknowledging today. It's his work, but it's him. It's example that he brings to us as an employee, as a friend, as an uncle, and just being present for family, whether it's here in this county or across the country. And he takes the time out of his weekends with Nancy to be able to travel and get to know people. So the two people that are here today are part of his extended family, which are good friends. So that's why I thought it would be a good idea to have him so that you all get to see who he spends time with. And he's a musician in the background as well. And so just as a person, so honored to be able to work with you. Been here a year and a half, and truly it has been an honor. And I expect you to stay on for another 10 years. So, so Nancy, if you could just arrange that. But truly, all of our team, those of us present, I think the best thing I could say is those folks that have been selected to become directors, or such as yourself to become the chief assistant CAO, more than half of the department heads were involved in that selection process, and all of them overwhelmingly selected you. And it was your love for this county and the way that you treat folks. And so, again, just honored to be here with you. So with that, I'll share it with our board members so they'll have a moment.
Thank you, Sonia. And thank you, Nick, so much. I've had several iterations in my career working with you in many different ways, and it's always been in the best of terms. I so thank you for the dedication that you give the county, and I can only imagine the sacrifices, the things that don't quite get done around the house that kind of pile up. But really, more than anything else, Nick, your friendliness, your supportive way, and your kindness towards someone who is new on the board will always be remembered and appreciated so much. You're just the best. Thank you.
So I'm going to take this opportunity to announce that we're uploading Nick's being into the new Monterey County AI. He will outlive us all. That is just a joke. But truly, when you think about the service that Nick has given to our county and who he is as an individual, it permeates everything. I think about a call that I got recently. Actually, it was a text from Nick late one night asking about chips and salsa and where the best ones were in South County. And he followed up. You know, a lot of times folks ask, give me a list of restaurants, right? And they don't follow up. And he was like, no, those hit the spot. You nailed it. I'm like, great. We know we're getting it done.
Where is it?
Well, I'll send you the list. But when I think about Nick, I think about service for so many different reasons. And one of the key ones is, for those who don't understand the county retirement system, he's almost literally volunteering to be here. He could be doing anything with his life, but he is continuing to give back to our residents every single day in ways that matter by bringing positive change. And I really believe that he's going to still outlast everybody up here today. So congratulations, Nick, on this well-deserved honor.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. So when I think about Nick, I think about, and when people ask me, like, tell me about Nick, he's like the captain of the ship. Like, you know, like the ship is this big, I think about the county being this big, massive bureaucracy. And sometimes some of us start jumping on the side and we want to like tip the thing. And Nick's like, oh, no, like we're gonna, like there's a path, we're heading this direction, but does so with like such, like, no, it's okay. Like we can all be in this together. Like you keep everyone aligned in a way that is so, with such kindness and such like service. The other thing that comes to mind when I think about you, Nick, is just doing the right thing for the right reasons. And that can be harder to do than I think it sounds sometimes when you're in these very political spaces and all these pressures and everyone's coming at you. You led us through COVID, keeping information flowing, keeping, just like I said, the captain of the ship. Like we're here, we're moving. It's not going to go as fast as you want. It may not turn as fast as you want, but we're going to get there. We're going to get to our destination, and we're going to get there together. And for those reasons, it's an honor and a pleasure to work with you. I could say so much more, but excellent to recognize you. Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the family who allows Nick to be of service with us.
All right, well, I'm here to announce there's going to be a surprise musical performance. Now that we know Nick is a musician. All right, let's do it. All kidding aside, Nick, you're a true class act. You're a great professional. Out of all the people that I met in my 16 years in politics and in government, you're one of the very best. In the County of Monterey, I'm very proud of our rank and file, also very dedicated professionals, but it's amazing that from the rank and file all the way up to our top leaders, we have some really amazing professionals who care about the people of this community. And I could say, because we've had some very challenging times over the last 3 or 4 years, from flooding to fires to a pandemic, and it's people like Nick, when nobody's looking behind there, when we're in closed session or having these other meetings, they're looking out for the least among us. Those people who are struggling the most, those people who have been flooded or who lost everything in a fire, those people who are sick or whose families lost a loved one. People like Nick are looking out for them. So that's a testament to your character, to your commitment, to your dedication to this county. So Nick, this is well-deserved. I'm glad the team chose you to receive this on behalf of the California State Association of Counties that I serve on the executive committee of, but I couldn't have thought of anybody better as well. So good choice, everybody. Y felicidades.
Oh, yeah. We better let Nick talk.
I won't. I'll try to keep this really brief. This is a complete surprise. I have to tell you, Sonia, you got me on this one. I was about 10 minutes ago. Karina came into my office and said, "Sonia needs you downstairs right away. There's an item on the agenda she doesn't know much about, something to do with CSAC." So I quickly called Annette, who's our legislative director, and said, "Annette, what's up with this item?" She said, "I can't figure it out." So you got me. This was a very big surprise. I just want to thank all of you so much. I've had an amazing set of opportunities here, and I continue to be challenged every day by working in Monterey County. I love the county. I love the organization, working with our staff and our department heads and all of you board members. And I really want to thank our CAO team, and especially Sonia, for continuing to give me great opportunities to grow and be challenged. And I want to thank Nancy for all of her love and support, and our friends Mark and Marcy for their love and support too. And I'm just very honored and very pleased, and I couldn't be happier working where I work. It's a great organization. It's dynamic. We do great things for the people that live here and visit here, and I want to continue doing that. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Oh, we got to move this way? More standard.
I got it.
One more. Thank you all. Another 15. Congratulations, Nick. Appreciate it. Well deserved. Thank you.
We'll move on to appointments now. We have one appointment on here. Is there any public comment on this appointment?
I think that appointment was pulled to be back next week.
Oh, it's going to be next week?
Right, Valerie?
Yes, we can do that, sorry.
Yeah, we had emailed you yesterday about pulling it.
Oh, okay.
We'll bring it back.
All right. Well, we won't do that one then. Then we'll move on to the consent calendar. We have items 18 through 59. Is there any public comment on the items 18 through 59, the consent calendar? I see no one in the chambers on this. Nobody online. Come back to the board. Any board members have an item they want to pull or comment on? I see nobody. How about a motion?
Second.
Supervisor Askew, followed by Supervisor Alejo. All those in favor on the consent calendar?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We will briefly recess to the Pajaro County Sanitation District, and we have the roll call for that.
Yes, good morning. The record reflect all directors are present.
Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
We have one consent item on the on this. Is there any public comment on the consent item? I see none online or in chambers. Any general public comments on the sanitation district in general? I see none for there. We'll close public comment. Excuse me, we didn't bring a vote to that. I should bring a vote to that. Moving along a little too fast today. Okay. All those in favor on the consent item? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Now we'll adjourn and come back to the reconvene the Board of Supervisors. Roll call, please.
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Thank you. We have the first scheduled matter is item 11, which is the general plan housing element 6 cycle update. Mr. Spencer, I believe you have a few comments to make.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. Staff is requesting that the board continue the workshop, the board's workshop on the housing element item to next week, June 11th, and extend the comment period on the draft housing element until that time. The Planning Commission will be conducting a special hearing tomorrow to provide a recommendation to the board, and we'd like to give that opportunity to the commission and the public to continue to provide the excellent feedback we've gotten so far.
I'll move Mr. Spencer's recommendation.
Second.
We do need to take some public comment on the matter. So I'd like to see if there's any public comment on this element. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like? Yes, please come forward.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. So my name is Robert Vitale. I live in North Monterey County in Aromas. I'm retired from UC Santa Cruz. I'm also on past board member of the Fire Safe Council for Monterey County and current advisor to the Fire Safe Council for Monterey County. So I wanted to mention that I have some significant concerns with this six-cycle plan for housing. Seems like there's quite a few flaws in there. It's kind of, there's some areas that are overlooked. For example, one area that was concerning is that the town of Pajaro has no sites. And the people there have, in the draft plan, in outreach to them, they've asked for housing in their community. And yet this is just another example where the county is ignoring people who come forward in a disadvantaged area, okay? They've asked for housing, and this plan has no provision for this. What's going on there? The second thing is that there are 4 sites in Aromas that are pretty significant. It would triple, possibly triple, this small population in Aromas. There's no infrastructure to deal with that. There's no water, there's no sewer, there's no roads. The plan talks about 4 sites having closeness to shopping. It lists 2 markets, supermarkets, it says supermarkets in there. These supermarkets can fit in possibly from me to Supervisor Church. These are really convenience stores, if that, okay? So, you know, I'm kind of wondering where was the outreach for these 4 sites in Aromas?
Mr. Vitale, you had 2 minutes. It's up. But
okay, thank you very
for
much.
your comments. Is there anybody else who'd like to make a comment? And just before you do that, I want to state that I skipped over item 9, which is general public comments, and I'll go back to that after we take care of item 11. So but please come forward.
I am Teresa Rapaski, a resident of Aromas, and I appreciate the board taking our comments today. I object to the rezoning sites 14, 55, 56, and 57 in Aromas to a high-density housing for the following reasons. We are a rural area with no infrastructure. We have no sewer system, no public transportation, no medical services, no shopping except those tiny little mini markets, minimal law enforcement as we get serviced by the county sheriffs and their minimal staffing for that. We're in high fire danger zones. We're not near any employment centers. We already have high traffic that on San Juan Road that goes between 101 and Watsonville. We've, as residents, we've tried to get the traffic to slow down or to get left turn lanes so that we can make entrances into our housing areas. And even with all the high traffic, we can't get anything done by the county. I just wanted to say that rezoning these areas doesn't magically create infrastructure that would be needed to support a tripling of the Aromas population. So for all those circumstances, I object and oppose these rezonings of those sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online that would like to speak on this item 11? We will have general public comment follow this, just for those who may still have their hands up for that.
Okay, it's that phone number ending in 082.
082, this is for on the housing element. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. Yes, Lorna Moffett here. And I think that the more we expand, the more people are going to come in. And we are turning into India. 50% of men in this country are on disability. 50%. So the homeless population is exploding. And we need to have trailers, and we need to allow for tent cities. Now, I know that sounds horrifying, but we have a choice with global warming. Cut down our trees for more building, or utilize trailers, which are much less expensive and very, very comfortable to live in. I live in a trailer up in Washington, and I love it. And I've lived in a tent when I go camping for 3 months. And I think with showers and 3 meals a day, like they have up in Santa Cruz at the Armory, we can house those that are here. But we cannot continue building unless we want to take our farmland away. And that's happening with you, the supervisors, allowing that to happen. And you need to really start looking at the huge picture of global warming and what it's doing and how we can house people in these trailers, used trailers that are much less expensive. So for a tiny little houseboat like I live in, it's $250, $250,000 to build a little houseboat like mine now. So there's no such thing as affordable housing for the people that are really on low income. So we have to get real and start having real solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 837.
Yes, 837, this would be on the housing element. General public comment will follow after that. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Rosen. Yes, real people need real housing, and they can't afford hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's not affordable. I don't think we want to, if population growth keeps growing and growing, that's a problem. We've got to address population. What kind of, do we want to have one big city from LA to, that's only going to help hurt the environment and global warming, greenhouse emissions, et cetera. But I think what we need to do is especially look after the poorest of the poor. The rich are going to be okay. The higher income people are going to be okay. But the poor are like the people in the, the Titanic, the people in the water versus the people in the lifeboats. The people in the water were the worst off, and the poor are the ones, the homeless and the very, very poor are having a very hard time. I think Ansel Adams, I love the way he promoted the best kind of development is temporary development, which doesn't have a permanent impact on the landscape. Trailers, temporary dwellings, like the canvas, like tents at Curry Village in Yosemite, canvas, not plastic. That's better. It's not perfect because they have to coat them with waterproofing, but it's better. Obviously, they need bathrooms, showers, etc. But we have to take care of people, but we need to do it in the most environmentally sensitive way. And providing housing shouldn't just be a handout to developers. It has to be a sincere effort. And the guise of helping low-income people to help developers by providing a lot of high-income housing as well. So it has to be done in a way that truly benefits the people in an environmentally beneficial way that doesn't increase traffic, infill, second stories, trailers, adequate facilities for bathing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. That's it. We have no other public comment on this then. We have a motion and a second to continue to next week. Supervisor Askew?
I just, since this is agendized, I support the staff request to move it to next week. But I just had a question, and council can tell me if this is appropriate or not. But I understand that during the Planning Commission's public hearing, the county staff publicly stated that the plan was to receive public comment during the 30-day period, but not make any revisions based on the public comment before submitting the draft housing element to state HCD for its 90-day review. My understanding was that the Planning Commission had some strong recommendations that we do take the time to incorporate feedback before submitting to state HCD. And I just wanted to go on record with my full support that we have an inclusive process that fully incorporates public feedback before making any submissions. And I don't know if we can hear, is that now the new plan, or will that question be coming back to us next week?
Well, the question is certainly something the board can weigh in on. Our plan was to have this 30-day public review and comment period, also get comments from state HCD who has to certify the plan and then make revisions. Our new plan is to make revisions and then submit to state HCD and do another round of revisions if we need to address their comments later. So that would be something that the Planning Commission and board can both weigh in on.
That's helpful to hear that. And I just want to be very clear, my full, strong request is that we take the time to incorporate feedback and public comment before submitting anything to HCD. Thank you.
Thank you. With no other comment, we can put this to a vote then. All those in favor to continue, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. With that, we'll go back to item 9, which is the general public comment. This is for, you have 2 minutes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda.
So good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Eloise Shim, and I just want to comment about housing here in Monterey County. Luckily, I have, this is my second summer now that I'm housed, and I'm thrilled about that I can put up, pictures on my wall and things like that I haven't been able to do in a long time. The only thing that's really sort of concerning to me is that when I have to deal with the people, because I get project-based voucher from Housing Authority, when I have to deal with my project manager and with the Housing Authority to make sure that they're on the same page, the Housing Authority doesn't make me feel really stabilized the way they do things. Because in this last month alone, I've tried to find out who my caseworker is, and I've been given 6 different names. And I'm yet to talk to who supposedly now, who my property manager told me is my caseworker. So I'm not sure that would be my caseworker, but I've sent emails, I've sent messages. This doesn't make me feel like I'm going to stay housed. So, with especially being a senior, with the number of seniors they're the fastest growing number who are losing housing. It's just, I hate to complain about it, but it doesn't make me feel like I'm stable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Keith. I was part of the Pajaro flood, and I just want to know what kind of joke you guys think it is to mess with somebody's life. You guys took my house from me. You guys have put me on the streets now. You guys don't answer my emails. You guys have just failed, as I feel, as supervisors. I don't know what kind of joke it was by taking us from the hotel in Marina and putting us in Santa Cruz for a month. And then we get no help from Santa Cruz County because we're flood victims. And we get no help from Monterey County because we lived in Santa Cruz County for a month and we're considered residents of them. So my question is what kind of joke is it to you guys? I'm homeless now because of the flood. It's not fair to me. I didn't take my livelihood from me. You guys did. You guys neglected to take care of that river, and you can blame the federal government all you want, but it was the homeless that you guys allowed down there, and you guys don't have, they get more help than I've gotten as a displaced person. I get nothing. I'm living in my car. And you guys think it's funny, it's a joke. Mr. Alejo said, oh, the reason you didn't get housing is because you were homeless prior to the flood, which is a lie. He has no reason to speak on me like that. He don't know me.
I've never spoken to you.
You didn't speak to me, but you made the comment to somebody else.
No, we haven't.
Regardless,
Regardless,
you had no right to speak on me like that. So I was promised the emergency housing voucher back in September. That never came through. I don't understand why you guys think it's a joke to play with my life. I got put back on my work because of my depression, my anxiety, all because of this flood. And I want to know what kind of help I'm going to get from you guys.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Keith. Anybody else in the chambers, or do we have anybody online?
Phone number ending in 082.
Yes, 082. You have 2 minutes for items that are not on today's agenda, please.
Yes, Lorna Moffett here. I'd like you all to start addressing global warming seriously and its effect on our peninsula. This means saving trees, getting a building moratorium on your board for a vote, and making MST a bus ride you would want to take to your meetings, or going on Zoom in your homes. Listening to you for the last year, I've come to realize you only are interested in development. I suppose because it brings money to our county, but your permissive growth policies are also causing economic problems because the catastrophic storms and fires we are experiencing cost the county millions. Of course, you call it an emergency and let FEMA take care of it, but our government is going broke. No, you need to start taking care of our peninsula's destructive, nonchalant activities that are exacerbating global warming. And a good example of that are the 200 eucalyptus trees you all voted to cut down at Elkhorn Slough under Supervisor Church's and Senator Laird's guidance. That's 200 tons of greenhouse gases those trees absorbed that they will no longer absorb. As our magnificent 75 to 100-year-old trees are targeted for removal, shouldn't you look at other alternatives such as traffic and making sure that buildings are utilized that are already in existence and forbidding any kind of development, new development, and rentals, making sure rentals are available, and hotels that have expired in Salinas, and planting lots and lots of trees, including eucalyptus, one of the greatest. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Moffett.
And phone number ending in 837.
Yes, you have 2 minutes on items not on today's agenda. Mr. Rosen?
Hi, I'm talking about the surf project and the train, the rail. The dunes are precious. About 22 acres would be destroyed for the surf project. There's an incredible railroad loop that goes right to the heart of Fort Ord Dune State Park that could take disabled people, elderly, get people right to the heart of the state park, a hard time getting access. The Coastal Commission just sent a letter out on May 17th that saying it's clear to them that the legislation, Proposition 116, explicitly prohibits the busway, and if it were allowed, it would appear the busway now proposed would essentially preclude future rail development for a number of reasons. It's a great letter. So now the California Transportation Commission is saying that we have to, the county, TAMC has to pay back the cost of the corridor. So TAMC's trying to do that. But, you know, the Coastal Commission goes on and on in this letter how there's only so much allowable development in the dunes area. So if they did the surf, it would definitely preclude the rail. Don't take my word for it. The May 17th letter speaks very loudly, and they haven't looked enough at alternatives. Here's from their letter. The busway would not only appear to make a future rail project infeasible, but would use up any development potential that might be able to be considered under the Coastal Act and its ESHA provisions for the corridor, thus displacing any potential for rail in that future corridor in the future. But TAMC and MST don't give up. They want that busway, the 4-mile bypass from a greatly exaggerated traffic conditions that in the morning rush hour, about 4 buses are stalled. I'd love to escort you all out there and just show you the circumstances, how traffic flows pretty well. Actually, it's 3 lanes until it becomes 2 lanes.
Thank you, Mr.
2
Rosen.
lanes goes from 3 lanes. Thank you.
Do we have no one else? Okay, with that, we will close public comment.
Mr. Chair, just a point of personal privilege, because my name was invoked earlier. I've never talked about this person. I don't know much about her circumstances before or current or after. So just for the record, people don't need to invent things to make a point. I've never spoken about this person before. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public comment and move on to item 12, was to accept plan changes to the conditionally awarded behavioral health continuum infrastructure product. Katie Eckert.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Chair Church and members of the Board of Supervisors. With me today is Fabricio Chambo, our finance manager for our Behavioral Health Bureau. As you might recall, we were awarded a $20 million grant from the California Department of Healthcare Services to convert the old jail into a mental health rehabilitation center. For the last couple of years, we've been going through the planning process for that, and there have been some changes identified to address some other county needs that necessitate some changes to the grant. So just background, again, in October of 2022, we responded to the request for applications for round 5 of the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. And this grant program was from the state to address significant crisis care gaps in the state's behavioral health infrastructure. There was $480 million statewide intended to increase the infrastructure, whether that was construction, acquiring, or rehabilitating real estate, in order to expand behavioral health assets to Californians. And then when we submitted our proposal in February of 2023, we ended up being awarded $20.1 million in funding to rehabilitate the Old County Jail into a 100-bed mental health rehabilitation center. There were letters of support written by the County Administrative Office, the Probation Department, and the Sheriff's Office for this application. There were 118 applications totaling over $2 billion in funding requests. Again, there was less than $500 million available in funding, and we were awarded our full request amount, which also included our match, which was basically the property value. The grant requires all funds to be spent by June 30th of 2027. There is a third-party administrator for the state, AHP. They have been very clear that there will be no extensions on the ability to expend these funds. So in August of 2023, the Board of Supervisors approved Reso 23-314. This authorized the Director of Health to execute the agreement with the Advocates for Human Potential, AHP, the state's vendor, to be able to accept the grant to rehabilitate the Old County Jail. Upon approval of this resolution, the Bureau has been working with Public Works, Facilities, Parks, and the Sheriff's Department to work on the architectural design work, engineering analysis, and development of a construction schedule for the Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. In February of 2024, the Sheriff's Office notified the Bureau that the site was not going to be fully available as there were needs that the Sheriff's Department had identified for their own operations. So we began exploring alternative sites, and in March 2024, an empty parcel located on the corner of Medical Center Drive and Constitution Boulevard was identified as a possible alternative. We've been communicating with AHP to update on the project status for the grant and received a verbal approval to modify the agreement should your board approve the switch. And then they also identified what documentation we'd need to be able to change the MHRC location. So given this verbal approval from the state's vendor, we have been working on moving this project forward. Natividad is in support of this new build, and the new location is actually identified already as a health designated area on the county's campus. Next slide, please. Impacts of the new build, the pros, which is really, actually, there's some great pros here. We can build a facility that better meets the needs. We can build it in a way that allows us to bill and leverage federal Medi-Cal dollars that we would not have been able to do in the old jail. We can add on a crisis urgent care or a crisis stabilization unit. And in the longer term, we can build co-located adult clinics for behavioral health and also public health clinics to, again, serve the needs of our clients. The cons of the change is that, the MHRC is partially unfunded. A new build has some costs to it that weren't there previously. We have tight project timelines. Our funds have to be spent by June of 2027. We do have some CEQA requirements that we are navigating, and there are $407,000 in costs that we expended on this grant award for costs pertaining to the old jail that are now ineligible to be covered by the grant with the switch in the locations. The cost, our conservative projected cost is almost $46 million at this point in time. We have the grant of $20 million. There's the $407,000 that has been expended but is ineligible to be applied towards these funds. And we still have to come up with about $26 million of funding for the project overall. Next slide, please. So today's ask is to accept the planned changes to the conditionally awarded Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program grant. And so instead of converting the County of Monterey's jail rehab facility into a regional mental health rehabilitation center, to change it to be new construction on county-owned property, to authorize and direct the Director of Healthcare Services or designee to execute the standard agreement with the Department of Healthcare Services through its administrative entity, AHP, for the construction of that regional mental health rehabilitation center, and again, subject to the approval of the County Council and Board of Supervisors in the amount not to exceed the $20 million from the grant award, and then also to direct the Director of Health or designee to work with the County Budget and Analysis Division to identify an appropriate funding source for expenses incurred to date for that preliminary site assessment activities in the amount of $407,000, and also to provide any other further direction as appropriate. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I have one question, and that would be on the ineligible costs of $400,000. Are those like to be static? Are there any other potential ineligible funding that or costs that could come up?
I think that is pretty much, we've been working at getting all the invoices in, whether it was engineering assessments, whether it was third-party activities. I believe that is pretty comprehensive.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Adams.
I do. And I understand this is a really challenging reality when you think you have something lined up and then the ground shifts underneath you. And so I'm recognizing that there was significant investment made, $400,000 into thinking we were moving down a path with a particular location. I'm just curious, the conversation with the sheriff, and I understand we have a new sheriff and things have changed there, but they recognize that there's a $400,000 expense that had already been outlaid when.
I do not believe that the sheriff was fully aware of how much funding had already been outlaid. I do know that we were working with one of the sheriff's captains until that sheriff's captain retired, and I believe that was in December. And then the space needs of the sheriff's department, we were notified the end of February of the other space needs that the sheriff's department had.
Okay. Yeah, not to put the sheriff on the line for this, but I do think it's a significant amount of money, and to have things shift mid-cycle like this does create significant challenges. I'm fully supportive of the path that you're proposing. I think that allowing us to have a fresh build on this will give us some options that we wouldn't have had available. But I am cognizant of, $400,000 is not an insignificant amount of funds, and it did catch my eye and raise a lot of questions from where I sit. So if the sheriff is able to comment on that, I would appreciate.
I believe the sheriff is online, so Sheriff Nieto?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the ground didn't significantly shift. The captain that they were speaking with never informed the new administration of what they were taking over. That conversation didn't happen until we got notification that we had to move out of a facility that we were using for a rehab.
Okay, that's helpful, and I think that sort of the lesson for us, for the county, is as we think about these positions that are constitutional officers, that we're really clear and have a transition plan where the county is able to make sure that we don't have gaps like that occurring in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the report. I appreciated it. And tell me if I'm correct that. Do you feel like this is a better move in reality, that the pros outweigh the cons?
I do believe that the pros outweigh the cons. And yes, there's some new challenges that we have to face. We will have to come up with some additional funding to complete the construction. And we're looking at strategies on how that might be able to be addressed in conjunction with the CAO's office. So more to come on that front. But one of the things that I think is really incredibly important to highlight as one of the benefits, we estimate that currently, if we looked at our population that is placed outside of the county currently in institutions of mental disease, which are locked facilities, we estimate that if we brought them home and had Medi-Cal billable facilities, which we have to build multiple units, 16 beds or smaller, we'd be able to bring in $2.5 million that we're currently expending outside of county. And so that would offset potentially some of the costs that we might need to incur by financing, but also supplement costs in the future as we bring people home and as we have better connection to care and hopefully healing locally.
Thank you for that very much. That's a good fact to have as well. I'm not nearly as worried about the $407,236 as I am the $26 million that we need to get this done. And your comment that they had indicated that there would be absolutely no extensions given, that we have to move forward. What are the odds that we're going to be able to identify $26 million for this project and be able to at least show that, we're going to be able to do this?
I think that there is a way that we could come up with perhaps some type of hybrid bond issuance, certificates of participation that could cover the cost of the build. We will definitely have to fast track it to meet the timeline. But that being said, if we also have a $2.5 million income stream, basically offsetting what we're currently paying in placement costs, that then could be kind of shifted and be dedicated towards paying off perhaps bond issuance costs, I think that it would make it viable. There's been people who have also indicated that the value to the community of having this facility here might also attract people who might want to donate individually, or community foundations who might be interested. And so I think that we have a lot to do to explore for a capital campaign. But bond issuance and being able to fund the bond issuance is something I think that is very solid that we could do.
Thank you for that. And then my expectation is that the land for the new piece of land would be the match that is needed for that 20 million side of it?
Absolutely.
And then finally, do you happen to know whether that land had been identified at all as a possible site for low-income housing?
It had been designated by the county for health facilities. It is still on our greater campus at the Natividad Center. It is not dedicated to Natividad. It is dedicated for health purposes. And so the conversations that our health department has had with Natividad has really indicated this particular parcel as being the best spot for not just the MHRC, but future health clinic, the behavioral health clinic expansion, and so on.
Great, so it probably was not included in the housing element as far as being a potential site for low-income housing.
I would not believe that it would have been included in that.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for the report.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Yes, Supervisor.
Yes, I want to ask, because the staff report didn't include it, but do you have any maps? The last time when this came to us under the previous administration, I was very supportive of this project, but I thought originally the site we were looking was at repurposing some of the old wings in the jail. And this sounds like completely new construction, which under a very tight timeline creates additional constraints, right? Because construction is very high, workers there's a shortage. And based on our last two capital projects, the jail and the juvenile hall, they were prolonged, they didn't get done on time, and they were way over budget. So that's what's concerning about me. I think when you had an original proposal that was aimed at repurposing a building on the jail campus, and I still haven't seen where the other alternative site is on the map, but that site, when I previously brought up, Natividad was very clear that they wanted that for their future intended purposes, their future growth, because I had brought that up as a potential site for perhaps health, our county health employee workforce housing that we started talking about recently. And then they came back and said, no, we want to preserve that for our future. And now this is coming up. And then so I am concerned about the $500,000 lost. It's taxpayer money. It's not our money. It's taxpayers' money. We should be concerned about that. And then second, when this is in my district, the property's in this District 1, and when we haven't had any conversations, it's one thing when it's in the existing footprint of the county jail and you're utilizing a closed-off wing versus now putting it closer to the residential, which would just be on the other side of Creek Bridge residence, if that's the property we're talking about. It creates another issues for the neighborhoods and for the communities. It requires more public input. And that's where it worries me whether this is going to be able to meet the timeline. If you get neighborhood opposition, if there's litigation, if the right town halls are not done, that this could be a real impediment to the timeline. And but I would love to see some maps of where the original site was for us and the public, but then where is the alternative site? I believe it's the one I'm talking about too. Yes, sir.
Sorry. It's on? Oh, okay. Good morning. Department, thank you. There was a lot of questions and interest in that, Supervisor Alejo, so thank you. Originally, it was the star-shaped jail facility that was slated to serve as our MHRC. As was mentioned, there are expanded needs for that space by our sheriff's office, and so we had to pivot. And I'll tell you that it's unfortunate that we spent almost $500,000, but if we look back to when we built our Seaside Family Health Center, you might recall that it was going to cost us about $8 million to rehab the existing facility versus a little over $10 million to build a brand new, almost 20,000 square foot center that really better met the needs of our residents. So I think this pivot may be fortuitous because now we get to design the MHRC so that it really allows us to maximize our ability to bill Medi-Cal. It is the vacant parcel across the street from the Constitution Soccer Park that your board many years ago designated for future health services. When we were notified earlier this year that we needed to pivot, we've been having conversations with Dr. Harris and Natividad leadership about not just their future expansion needs, but also the health department's future expansion needs. And we're going down a path now where we're jointly drafting our own health department and Natividad strategic plan, and we'll have a shared section that will really talk about facility expansion. As you might recall, the health department currently occupies the second floor of Building 400 on the Natividad campus for our behavioral health outpatient services. And we also occupy clinic space in Building 151 and Building 200. Longer term, the plan would be to relocate those health department operations to this new vacant parcel, freeing up thousands of square foot on the main Natividad campus that could serve for Dr. Harris's expansion needs. And so we're aligned in that vision about trying to relocate our space. You mentioned very good point. Obviously, the public will be engaged. Right now, we're at the point of determining getting your approval to be able to change the location, as well as then the third-party administrator for the state. And if that is a viable location for us to be able to build our MHRC, then we will quickly start to have community town halls to speak with the community about what their vision could be, let them know what the current need is, how this would really be a tremendous benefit and asset to our Monterey County residents who have loved ones who are under conservatorship, who would no longer have to go out of the county but could stay here locally. Obviously, all of the safeguards would be put in place in terms of 12-foot fencing, et cetera, because it would constitute a locked facility. But it would also have expanded urgent care, crisis urgent care. Right now, our EDs are flooded with individuals who are experiencing a mental health crisis that could be better served in a mental health crisis center and facility that is next door to an expanded outpatient behavioral health. And if we follow San Mateo's lead in terms of their new campus, they also have supportive housing and permanent supported housing with expanded primary care access, et cetera. So it could really be a gem for our Salinas residents and neighborhoods to really be able to provide all of those services here locally. So as soon as we get back the initial assessment and we do determine if it's viable, then we'll begin to do the community engagement process, and we'll connect with your office and others to begin to have that public dialogue.
Well, I would respond, considering it's in my district, and this would be something both supervisor and church, and I would love to have had a heads up, and certainly on the maps on the new location, it wasn't clear from the staff reports and the PowerPoint. But I want to go, before I give my last comments, I want to go back to why are we making a change? These are not just the sheriff's facility. These are, we entered into this project, even though it was under the previous administrations, it was an unused wing of the old jail. These are our county facilities. And just because, and I respect Tina Nieto, but I have yet to hear today what is it going to be repurposed for? Just because the new sheriff said we're going to use it now, how? If we built a brand new $90 million jail, for years it's been sitting vacant. That's why we started this pathway. And just because something new is said now, this board of supervisors provided direction of what we intended to use that county facility for. And the reason I want to go back to that is because we should thoroughly vet if that's the right choice. And my question to county council is, just because the sheriff has a different opinion doesn't mean that this board of supervisors doesn't have the power to continue down the path to repurpose that particular wing of the jail, because the fencing and those issues are doable. It would be adjacent to the existing jail. Parking, all those issues would remain. It's going to get less opposition, and I rather vet that right, because I know we're going to get this back from the public, guaranteed. You're going to get a lot of angry folks. If you want to talk about a very vocal neighborhood, let's talk about Creek Bridge. They are very vocal. And not to mention that on the other side, we've been working for a long time on expanding the soccer complex as well. I think right now some of that property we're talking about is used as parking for some of the jail staff, perhaps Natividad staff, as overflow parking. But this is the first time I hear, because I brought up looking at that for employee housing, potential employee housing. I was given a solid no, we need that for future healthcare needs. But now we're talking about putting a locked facility right adjacent to some neighborhoods there. I know what we're going to face, because when I be asked by our constituents, why didn't you, when you had an opportunity, fully vet the change that we're hearing today from the sheriff's department?
I don't know if that was a question for...
Well, it's a question for county council,
Yeah.
right, on the use of our facilities. And then second, if the sheriff can answer, why the shift? What has changed so dramatically? Because she made the statement, I guess, in February of this year. We've been doing this before, all of last year. But a miscommunication of a project so big and a grant so big doesn't justify just hearing, oh, we're going to use it for something else. What? And where's that money going to come from to reopen a wing? And why do you need it after opening a $90 million new jail facility?
It is a county building, a county resource. I think it would be best to hear from the sheriff as to, my understanding is that there may have been a miscommunication as to the footprint required. I would love to hear from the sheriff on that aspect. I don't know.
All right.
He's still on.
But I would say from county council, this is our facility, though. This board has control over facilities, right? County property,
It
just
is
like any
county
other
property,
facility.
and the board could choose to use it for the mental health facility.
And the reason I bring that up, because when we were talking about this weatherization and solar panels on the other side of the jail campus, and that's why a map is helpful. Here's this wing closer to the parking lot, where we recently are going to have some solar panel roofs put on the parking lot. And on the adjacent side of that property, there's a vacant property. So on the jail campus, which I think the previous jails, the sheriff and I conversation said she wanted that for other future purposes. It's a vacant lot within the campus.
Supervisor Alejo, I think that we have a map that we can share right here.
I just, with the caveat that the county obviously has a requirement to house the incarcerated people at the jail, and does have a constitutional requirement to do that.
Yeah, but our census is down to what it was several years ago.
Sheriff Nieto, do you have any comments that you would like to make on this?
Yes, sir. First of all, we asked behavioral health to go to the board back in February. This is not one wing. This is 8 wings of the rehab facility, and the facility has never been empty. Like, let me make that clear. It's never been empty. And so I'm listening to this, and I'm a little bothered by some of the statements, but we can work it out as a county.
Well, Sheriff, when we embarked on it, it was because at that time it was very underutilized because of the new jail facility, and if prisoners being spread out because of just the available space, that's one thing. But we were from the onset of this project, it was targeted because it was very underutilized considering the opening of the new jail facility. And I think on this map here, if you zoom in, there's an empty parcel there. That little gray area towards the bottom left. on the other
yeah,
side. Right there, on that property right there. That's the other vacant property that was being considered for solar, but that's another area of potential growth for another facility in that campus that is closed there. And that's why I had heard, the reason I bring up my comments is because we hear one thing early on, we make decisions, and then all of a sudden we hear something totally different, and it surprises all of us. But my statements are based on the presentations that have come previously to us, what was presented by staff, what was presented by the previous sheriff administration, that this was a workable site. And that's why I'm asking that, Sheriff.
Yeah, Supervisor, I'm here, and the voice that you're going to hear is the undersheriff, and he's going to run through all the programs and the facilities that we have in this facility that, should you choose to do that, then the county is going to have to either build new facilities for the sheriff. And I know the public doesn't want to do that, but we do have an obligation. It is a certified jail. It's not decertified. It's never been decertified. So I'll put Undersheriff Boyd on just to run through the things.
Keith Boyd, Undersheriff, Supervisor Leo, members of the board. So unfortunately, the jail rehabilitation facility still houses to date the entire laundry for the entire county jail. So the laundry for 900 average daily population is conducted in that facility. Jail programs are housed in the rehabilitation facility. Jail compliance division in the jail rehabilitation facility. Jail education in the jail rehabilitation facility. Jail religious services in the rehabilitation facility. And the new jail, due to fiscal engineering, there were items that were removed from that process. There is insufficient footprint, office space, laundries to replace all the existing facilities that currently exist within the jail. We met with behavioral health earlier this year. We attempted to work through the available space in the rehab. We indicated we needed a maximum of 4 wings of the 8 wings in the jail, and they elected to go a different direction. But we estimate conservatively that would cost upwards of $20 million to capital infrastructure to replace, to provide space to replace. It's unfortunate that it got to this point, but again, as the sheriff indicated, we did recommend to behavioral health to come to the board at an earlier time to apprise them of this. And that's, in essence, it. Also jail transportation and jail work alternative program are all go through rehabilitation. Here's the sheriff.
And Supervisor, it's not just about moving fences. Also, when you're looking at everything that you have to do to maintain a certified jail.
I'm not going to challenge your expertise, Sheriff, but it does astonish me, though, that the previous sheriff believed that this was workable, and now we're hearing that it's totally impossible. If the previous sheriff had taught us based on the census, the activity, the use of those buildings at a time, it would have saved us $500,000, but it wouldn't have put us in such a narrow timeline. We would have had the last couple years to find an alternative site. This map is eye-opening because I think for my colleagues here and for the public, because now you're talking about a locked facility right next to these neighborhoods, and I guaranteed, I've been through these before. I've been through the share center town halls, getting yelled at. That had to do with homeless services. This has to do with high needs residents that required to be locked in a secure facility. You could see the proximity to those backyards and what all those residents are going to be telling us when that moment comes, and I can almost guarantee that you're going to have some of those residents who are going to legally challenge this kind of site being placed here. It's one thing when it's an extended clinic, expansion of the hospital, when it's workforce housing. Those are all projects that would be, I think, more compatible with the neighborhood. But I could already foresee, based on my experience in dealing with these kinds of controversial projects, where this is going to go. So I'm not going to be supportive of this at this time because of this proposed site. I haven't had any conversations with staff before today. I am not convinced that the project that its originally proposed site is still not doable. Making some changes that were already contemplated when we first entered this journey with the previous sheriff's administration. It's a lot of money. We need the services, but at its original site, I think it's the most feasible, the most we're going to get the least resistance from the community, and it's the most likely facility to be able to meet all the cost, stay under construction, stay on time, stay under cost and not have significant overrides with a new project, which in our experience we know is almost guaranteed to happen. Thank you.
I think I'd like to move to public comment since we've kind of moved off questions and kind of taken board comments at this point. So is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on this, or is there anybody online? Okay, well, there is no public comment, so we'll close that and bring it back to the board.
There's one hand raised.
I'm sorry, one hand, please. Yes.
Phone number ending in 082.
Yes, 082, you have 2 minutes on this matter.
Yeah, I'm understanding that that was built as a jail facility, and aren't our jails overcrowded? Don't we need that? And if it hasn't been utilized, I don't think it's been explained to me anyway why it hasn't. But I think it needs to be. And so why not give it time to be used for what it was built for? And then if it doesn't meet that time criteria, then it goes to the other cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Okay, we'll close public comment then. Back to the board. Is the direction, do we want action on this? Do we want more information? Yes, Supervisor, ask you.
I'll move approval to the staff recommended changes.
Okay, we have a motion.
A second.
Second by Supervisor Adams. Any other discussion with that? No, we'll bring.
Part of the
Sorry,
discussion, I just want to encourage the continued conversation with Supervisor Alejo. I agree we need a facility like this. I'm hearing that there wasn't enough communication there, so I'm going to be supportive today, but I do want to hear if there's other potential options. I want to state that my support comes with an open-mindedness to any potential changes that could alleviate his concerns, specifically in addressing community challenges that may arise in the future. And so continuing to look at options, specifically working through him to make sure that some of those get looked at, is what it's going to take to get my support as long as that's there.
I'm sorry, did you have a comment there?
Yeah, just for continued discussion, I would second and echo. I think that the health department has a pretty good track record of doing community outreach, and so I would hope that that's something that we can double down on. I'd also like to suggest that the Behavioral Health Commission and the the board's Health and Human Services Committee be kept apprised of this project as it moves forward.
Okay, with those comments, then we'll put this to a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1. With that, we will recess to lunch and go back to closed session, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check, mic check, 1, 2, 3. 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 Mic check, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Podium mic check. ADA mic check.
Good afternoon. We're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And may we have the Spanish interpretation service, Diego Salas? Thank you, Diego. First item on this afternoon's agenda is item 13, which is for public hearing on the pilot project for wildfire prevention and removal of eucalyptus trees. Mr. Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development Department. Today I'm presenting the wildfire mitigation and eucalyptus removal pilot project for your consideration. This is funded through a state grant that the county received through California Department of Office of Emergency Services. It was a budget item that was specifically allocated to the county for wildfire prevention and eucalyptus removal pilot project. The board did authorize the county to submit the grant funding application, and we did receive the funding. We've been coordinating on the pilot project with Resource Conservation District as well as the fire departments in North Monterey County, the Aromas Tri-County Fire, CAL FIRE, and North Monterey County Fire. We have developed some guidelines that would be the program. Essentially, the grant funding would pay 50% of the costs of removing eucalyptus within defensible space of houses and roadways in Supervisorial District 2. This would be a pilot project to test the ability for this kind of private-public partnership and helping increase the resiliency to wildfire. We've seen in other areas of this state and other states in the West some pretty catastrophic fire events. North Monterey County particularly has fairly, I wouldn't say dense, but a good number of housing units intermixed with natural vegetation, which is a condition that would lead to some potential impacts if a wildfire were to hit that area. So the concept here is that we would partnership with the Resource Conservation District of Monterey County for the program's implementation and administration. There is a grant or an agreement that is part of your package that would be the agreement with Resource Conservation District to review applications, do pre-work inspections to ensure that there are no biological conditions that would be exclusions to the program. They would ensure that the money is provided to qualifying applicants working with the fire departments, and they would collect the follow-up information and work with county HCD staff on that. The costs for that would, at the moment, is proposed to be $20,000 of the $1 million grant, and HCD is proposing 1% of that $1 million grant for our role in the administration as well. That's a total of $30,000, so the remaining $970,000 would go towards the program and paying for half of the costs of eucalyptus removal within defensible space. The other component to this is that we have both coastal and non-coastal areas of North Monterey County. There is a coastal development permit that is part of your package with a resolution. Within the inland areas, eucalyptus trees are not native and are not protected. In other words, their removal or trimming doesn't require a permit from HCD in the county. In the coastal zone, there is there's been a determination by coastal staff that this could constitute removal of vegetation triggering the need for a coastal development permit. So we're putting forth a coastal development permit so that the program applies the same inland and coastal. With that coastal development permit, the program would function the same in both places. Some provisions are included in the guidelines to avoid monarch habitat, to avoid any tree removal activity that might impact nesting birds or wetlands or riparian areas. So with those exclusions as part of the program, it would be consistent with the North County Coastal Plan. And that is the program in front of you. We're seeking your direction and approval on the pilot project and would begin implementing that within a few months and may extend that program depending on the funding that is left after the first rounds of applications are reviewed. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Is there any questions from the board? Yes, Supervisor Adams.
I'm sure we'll have more after public comment, but just one quick question. How long is the pilot planned for?
It would be until the funds are used.
That's so a definite date unknown, just till we use up the money.
Yeah, our plan is to have a closing date for applications, to review and approve applications, commit the money to those applications, and if more is left after that initial round, we'll do another round and we'll continue on until we run out of the funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll open this up for public comment. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on this matter? Feel free to come forward. Yes.
My name is Kate Edwards, and I live in the Chair Church's district. And we have a stand of, I don't know, 8 or 10 eucalyptus, full grown, that are in a perfect row, so some buckethead planted them. And they've already started one fire. And luckily it was in the middle of winter, it was very windy, bark peeled off, wrapped around the power lines that the oak trees is under the oak trees right next to each other. And burst into flames. Look out the window at 1 o'clock in the morning and eucalyptus trees are on fire. So these are a real threat to both my house and my neighbor's house. And PG&E was going to remove them. They had agreed to do it. They were even to the point where they were arranging scheduling for the crews. And then they changed their policy. No more tree removal. So, which is unfortunate. So it's just vitally important that we get these trees out, and partially because they are overhanging PG&E lines, it's really prohibitively expensive for us to do it as private citizens. So we really hope that this pilot program goes forward because it's desperately needed on our property, but also throughout Prunedale. Prunedale is just kind of a bomb waiting to go off. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And you also, everybody would have 2 minutes. I just wanted, I didn't mention that at the beginning of the public comment. Yes, come forward, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, or afternoon. Yeah, my name is John Uvalis. I live on 134 Vega Road. And I just have one question. When the money runs out, do the property owners have to come up with a difference?
I can answer that after you're done with your comments.
Also, is not only the tree removal, this has to do with somebody's building permits? No? Am I wrong?
Again, well, if you want to just raise your questions and then we'll answer them at the end. You have a 2-minute public comment or question period.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Mr. Spencer, do you want to answer those 2 questions?
Yes. It does not have any relationship to any building permits or planning permits. It is for removal of trees that exist within the defensible space of existing development. It also is going to pay for 50% of the cost. The other 50% would be the responsibility of the property owner. And once the money runs out, the program is done unless there's a new funding source. And so it would be 100% on the property owner to pay for tree removal in those cases.
After the program is over with. Yes. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you on this subject. My name's Robert Vitale. I'm from North Monterey County, and I'm a current advisor to the Fire Safe Council for Monterey County. And I'm speaking in support of the efforts that have been made by Supervisor Church and the Senator and others and the HCD staff to get this going. The Anzar fire of 2022 should have been a big wake-up call. Something similar to Paradise could happen in Prunedale very easily. If you go there on a hot day in the summer and the wind's coming out of the east, all you need is a spark and that entire community is going to go up. Okay. So eucalyptus trees are non-native. They crowd out and kill native oaks, grasses, and wildlife that depend upon the oaks and the grasses in order to survive. If people have issues with removing the trees, maybe we could look at planting native redwoods or oak trees in their place. In regard, I had one question, and that was in regard to coastal plan permits. Is this required for all areas? And then the other point I wanted to make was, in terms of building permits, yeah, you probably don't need to require, it may not necessarily be required for a building permit, but the problem that a lot of people face with insurance is they have to remove trees that are close to the house, that are overhanging their houses. Also trees that are along roadways to their houses. Insurance companies are requiring this in order to insure, including the California Fair Plan. And so this program would go a long ways to helping people who are disadvantaged, especially that can't pay $5,000, $10,000 to remove a tree, but maybe they can afford $2,500 to $5,000. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Sarah Karn, and I live on Vega Road. My story's pretty much the same as this lady's over here with the fire. We had a fire break out across the street from us, which was horrifying and frightening, and those eucalyptus went up like matchsticks. We have eucalyptus trees in front of our house about 5 feet from the road, so I understand defensible is 30 feet. The trees are a constant cause of concern for us. It seems like they're on Vega Road, they fall a lot and take out the power for hours. And we have elderly neighbors and people that need oxygen and need electricity. They could hit a passing car and kill someone. Vega's very busy. And it would do damage to our house if they fell. One question I had, I'll ask and then go sit down. We thought the grant was $2 million, and I heard $1 million. So I don't, if you could just answer that. And we're asking for a yes vote on the pilot project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers? Yes.
Greetings. My name is Gail Eisner. I live in Moss Landing. We don't have the problem that a lot of other folks have in the county being having a lot of trees. And so I'm going to ask for a little compassion on the opposite end of the fire issue. I used to live in the Santa Cruz Mountains for 20 years, so I'm very familiar with the problems with fires. Just my understanding that 200 trees are at possible risk to be cut. I'm not sure if that's cut, trimmed, or what is going to be done with them. And that it's going to be a pilot project if passed, and I have a feeling it's probably will be passed, for Monterey County in the future. And I wanted to bring up just a couple points that I made in my letter that I sent. First of all, I would like to thank Craig Spencer for talking to me compassionately and logically, and he did a great job when I talked to him on the phone the other day. I wanted to bring up my main issue is that Moss Landing doesn't have a lot of trees, and so in my letter I outlined some trees that were just being cut indiscriminately, and I'm not going to get hit on that, but I will hit on my number one thing is that I understand the fire danger. I understand that. Especially unique with the eucalyptus trees, but I'm asking the board to put in a little bit of funding for a replacement trees. Whether they're native or not native, probably anything's better than eucalyptus. So that is something I thought, well, a small amount of funding could be taken out of that large grant and be put towards that as an option, not a mandatory, you have to plant a tree, but that's really my main crux, and the other thing is climate change, and we will have problems.
Thank you for your comments there very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak? Don't see anybody. I just want to address a couple of questions. It is a $1 million project, not $2 million. The 200 trees that they're being referred to are probably referring to trees that have already been cut by the Elkhorn Slough Foundation. This has nothing to do with this project at all. Is there anything you'd like to add, Mr. Spencer?
Yeah, and Elkhorn Slough Foundation has done some eucalyptus removal for the purpose of doing habitat restoration. We did provide a 200 tree estimate, because at around $5,000 per tree, $1 million would pay for about 200 trees. So that was just to give an estimate of the scope of the pilot project.
And again, to make this clear, any tree removal would be in a defensible space area, which is immediately around a house and not out in the middle of the forest anywhere. With that, seeing there's nobody else in chambers, is there by chance anybody online?
Phone number ending in 082.
Yes, 082. You have 2 minutes.
As our magnificent 75 to 100-year-old eucalyptus trees are targeted for removal, shouldn't you look at Angel Island, a lesson in refrain? At Angel Island, oaks burned in a raging brush fire that firefighters could not put out, but it stopped at the eucalyptus trees. Now, if that electric line had wrapped around an oak tree, it would have burned too. But oh no, it's only eucalyptus trees that burn. And so the lesson at Angel Island is totally ignored. And the reason those trees stopped the fire, or helped stop the fire, is that their leaves dampened the forest beneath. So there's a lot of lies being perpetuated about the eucalyptus, and it's all because these trees were planted as fire and windbreaks, and yet because they are non-native, they are targeted with the same venom as immigrants have been targeted. And indeed, these non-native pseudoscience, it's not even a real science, it's a prejudice science partially invented by chemical companies to utilize their herbicides. And Native Plant Society is a great perpetuator of this practice. All trees burn, explode if hot enough, but oaks burn before eucalyptus, as what happened at Angel Island. What's next? Oaks and then pines and forests in general? Yes, this is the crossroads cutting these trees come to. The enemy is all trees. when in fact all trees are our saviors, including eucalyptus, that harbor up to a ton of greenhouse gases and car pollutants a year. So when you're cutting them down, you are perpetuating the greenhouse effect. I know that I do, but I
Thank you, Ms. Moffett.
do.
Do we have anybody else?
Phone number ending in 902.
Yes, 902, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Nina Beatty. If branches of any tree or loose bark are hanging, they can and should be removed. Pine trees and other tall trees fall and lose branches. And I can tell you, I live in Monterey, that we've had a number of pine trees fall and also fall in roadways. So this is not a characteristic only of eucalyptus trees, and usually there is some indication when a tree is going to fall or when the branches are in an unsafe condition. And I'd like to say that if people are afraid of trees, they should live where they are more comfortable. The county has ignored real public safety issues while focusing scapegoating on eucalyptus trees. And fire investigators say that usually houses are the most flammable object, and flaming houses can ignite any tree. And as the previous speaker said, pine trees, oak trees, any tree can ignite, especially when grasses are on fire and then vegetation and then trees. But in addition to the Angel Island situation, the Oakland Hills fire, when investigators went in and evaluated that, it was the trees, including eucalyptus trees, that stopped that fire from being more dangerous and more deadly. The houses had ignited, and they ignited other things, the grasses and the trees. And if it had not been for the eucalyptus trees and the other trees, the fire would have spread over the hills and killed people, it would have been devastating. Eucalyptus are valuable habitat. They're winter habitat for pollinators, including bees, butterflies, and birds. They're year-long living areas for owls and hawks and other birds. And I'm very alarmed that the county continues to ignore the real hot fire hazards, including the battery storage facility, which has already had several incidents, as well as the smart meters on every building, including homes that pose fire and electrical hazards and are the cause of fires and have exacerbated other fires. When smart meters go up, they cause electrical fires that burn far hotter than a normal house fire. And yet the county refused, Luke Calgano refused to take action to stop smart meters being installed in the rural areas in North County. And yet those sit on every home and everybody allows them.
Thank you. Any other commenters?
Yes. Teresa Flynn?
Yes, Ms. Flynn. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Sister Maria Teresa of the Carmelite Monastery in Highway 1. We right now are in the middle of a solar program, and we just cut down like about 11 eucalyptus trees because they were in the place where we want to put the solar panels. But during the year, there are a lot of branches breaking from the large eucalyptus trees that we have. It's like a grove of eucalyptus trees. And then like last year, we had a huge tree that fell with a storm. Luckily, it didn't do any damage. So we are very excited to see, how much we can get done with this pilot program for the eucalyptus. And we are very grateful that you invited us to this meeting. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stephen Bigger?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for letting me speak on this. My name is Stephen Bigger. I live on Lewis Road. Last year we had a fire where eucalyptus tree branches were hanging onto the power line, and we called PG&E several times, and they refused to come out until the branch was touching the line. The branch did, within an hour, touch the line and started a big fire. We have very large eucalyptus trees hanging over our house. It's not just about the fire. It literally is, I think, in many people's homeowners' minds. It is about protecting your home from the trees falling. I won't get into the conversations that we've had about all of this with our insurance company, but we spent over $10,000 last year removing the trees. Some of them were on our neighbor's property, which we had to do, and we had to move them and take them down because they were threatening so many things. I have a couple questions really quickly. Is there an inspection or an advisement from someone who would come out and look at the trees before we'd be approved or decide which ones, because there's so many around? What about trees on a property line? Would there be help with contacting a neighbor for access or permission or a collaboration on that? And how do we know if we're inland or coastal, which we fall into that? And so I believe that is the end of my questions. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Tara?
Yes, Tara, you have 2 minutes. Is there anybody else online?
Phone number ending in 837.
837, you have 2 minutes. We'll come back to Tara. Phone number 837, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Brian Rosen here. These incredibly beautiful sacred trees that have been around longer than, many of them around a lot longer than we've been around, and yet we think we have the right to just cut them down. It's a great loss, and they're so denigrated. It so much reminds me of racism, this hatred toward these magnificent trees, and just wanting to tear them down and scapegoating them for everything, when so often it's the power company, it's Edison, it's PG&E, it's human neglect, human folly. And we're going to take it out on these trees that have been here so long. I'm not a native to this country. My ancestors came from Europe. Maybe I should be killed. You know, all this prejudice, it happens towards trees too, and it's happening to eucalyptus trees. You know, we can trim around buildings, and now we're going to subsidize property owners. A lot of them have plenty of money to do the job. $1 million. We have so many unmet needs. I would trim around the trees, appraise each situation, but let's not go hog wild. Plenty of trees that are non-eucalyptus cause very serious fires. And we're not scapegoating all these other trees, oaks and the pines around Paradise that burnt the town down. I mean, it's just out of control hatred of eucalyptus trees, and we're all getting poorer for taking down so many trees that produce so much oxygen, and they do coexist quite well often with other trees. My parents' house in Santa Barbara is surrounded by eucalyptus, big eucalyptus surrounded by oak trees and pittosporum and other kinds of trees, all wild olive trees. So there's a lot of propaganda, fake propaganda. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
And Tara.
And Tara, you have 2 minutes. Okay.
Last one.
All right, that's the last one. We're going to close public comment on this then. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Kind of bring it back here to the board. I just, want to brief. Oh, I'm sorry. There were a few questions that were asked. I believe. I know Mr. Vitale had a question too. I can't remember what it was, but if you would just email my office, and then we'll respond to that. Sorry for missing you earlier. But the gentleman asked about property lines, advising on which tree to take out, and then how to tell inland or coastal.
Yes, so the coastal development permit is proposed for the purpose of making the program the same. It won't matter if you're in the coastal zone or not, as long as that coastal development permit doesn't get appealed and denied. The program is the thing that the coastal development permit is based on, so it wouldn't be on property by property basis. It would just be the program has that coverage for the coastal development permit. The property line issue, we are available to help coordinate and answer questions. Resource Conservation District will be available. They will do an inspection. There'll be some coordination with the fire departments as well. The defensible space guidelines have a 30-foot green zone around homes and a 100-foot vegetation management zone around those homes up to the property line. So that's the main basis for the program, is follow the state published defensible space guidelines. When property lines are within that 30-foot zone, or there are particularly problematic eucalyptus trees, we will be available to help coordinate on those.
Thank you. And I was just reminded, Mr. Vitale's question was about, we plant, I think, trees in place of this. And for those who feel that there needs to be other tall trees around, let me just kind of remind you, historically, there used to be redwood groves out in North County, particularly a pretty extensive ones along San Miguel Canyon Road, and they have all been removed over the years and now replaced by eucalyptus. But I do want to say that eucalyptus are one of the most flammable trees in the world, and this is a program which, without even opening it up, there's already 75 people that had contacted my office of interest in signing up. It has widespread support throughout North Monterey County. It's the only issue I can think of that would have more unanimity would be filling potholes. It is that supportive. There is, in terms of birds, other wildlife that might be, or birds that might be nesting, or the monarchs, those trees are off limit. There's only 2 areas that the Coastal Commission has identified as monarch zones. Both of them are near the Moss Landing area, and neither one are under consideration for removal there. And this is a pilot project, and again, it's for defensible space around homes. It's to protect people's lives, their property, and their homes. It's pretty simple, pretty limited. I hope can be a great success and can actually be expanded elsewhere throughout the county, because we've lost many homes, many people's livelihoods over the years on fires, as recently as just a few years ago. I do also just want to really thank Senator Laird, who's the one who helped spearhead this and get money into this program, and helped also protect it from being pulled back when the state was having budget problems. And with that, I'm 100% on behind this. And Supervisor Askew, you have well, I will second that motion then. Okay, well, I'll make the motion if you want a second then. Okay, thank you. Comment from Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, just want to thank community for showing up today to speak to this particular issue. I know we talk a lot about the wildfire risk. We talk a lot about the impacts. Paradise gets tossed around. I've walked those streets. I've spoken to survivors. There's one other thing that was not mentioned that I think is critically important. There's a family in Gonzales who no longer has a father because of these trees. There's 2 young girls growing up because one of these trees on 101 fell and crushed his vehicle as he was driving down 101. The impacts of these trees go beyond just the fire risk and everything else. They are not native. Their roots are shallow. I have some near my home, and I have the same fears that were brought up today. I've raised it with my neighbor. They're unwilling to address it, and that's okay, right? It's a choice. Nobody's forcing you to take down trees if they're on your property. But to assist those who are ready and willing to remove these trees which are a risk, I think this program is a great start. So I want to thank you for bringing this effort forward and look forward to seeing its success, and hopefully we can find continued funding over time. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes 5-0. With that, we'll move on to item number 14, which is the Riverview project at Las Palmas.
share staff right, please.
Can we share staff right, please?
I just did, and it was taken off. Okay.
There.
Good afternoon, supervisors and Chair Church. I'm Zoe Zepp, and I'll be presenting staff's report on PLN 150372, Riverview at Las Palmas LLC. This item was continued from October 12th, 2021 and April 16th, 2024. The project is located on a vacant 15.64 acre parcel lot within Las Palmas 1 subdivision in the Toro area plan. The subject parcel is also known and referred to as Parcel Q. Parcel Q has a zoning of medium density residential with a density of 2.61 units per acre and a design control overlay district. The proposed project includes an amendment to the Las Palmas Ranch specific plan, a 27-lot residential subdivision, including 4 on-site moderate income units and an open space parcel, site improvements, including a new internal roadway to access the project site, and installation of underground utilities. Some of this development will occur on slopes in excess of 25%. On October 12th, 2021, a proposal for a senior assisted living facility came before the Board of Supervisors. The project was continued with direction to bring a different alternative forward that aligned better with the existing residential development within Las Palmas. On April 7th, 2022, the applicants resubmitted their application with a proposal for a residential subdivision, including development on slopes in excess of 25% and a specific plan amendment. The project was supported by the Planning Commission on March 13th, 2024, and the proposal has now come back to the Board of Supervisors for consideration. Staff conducted CEQA review for the proposed subdivision and development on slopes to analyze the proposed alternative of an up to 30-lot residential subdivision. An augmentation to the final subsequent EIR for the Las Palmas Senior Assisted Living Facility was prepared. Potential impacts to aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, greenhouse gas emissions, transportation and traffic, and water supply were all analyzed for this alternative. Almost all impacts can be mitigated to a less than significant level. The only potentially significant impact would be traffic impacts to State Route 68. Mitigation is required to reduce potential impacts to aesthetics, air quality, and biological resources. Although the traffic impacts to State Route 68 cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level, local and regional traffic impact fees will be paid to supplement for the increased traffic and highway use. As previously mentioned, the project includes an amendment to the Las Palmas Ranch specific plan. Policy 5 of the Housing and Residential Land Use section states the specific plan area currently has a residential unit cap of 1,031. The proposed amendment would alter this language to add 27 additional residential units. The proposed amendment would also include a line of data to Figure D to represent the addition of the 27 residential units to Parcel Q. Additionally, a label will be added to Figure E to call out Parcel Q on the specific plan zoning map. Currently, Parcel Q is not identified as a developable area subject to the plan policies on Figure H within the specific plan. To provide consistency with the parcel zoning of medium density residential, this figure will also be updated as shown here to shade in Parcel Q. The proposed on-site inclusionary housing is consistent with the current specific plan policy requiring 15% of either low or moderate units with any new subdivision. However, this policy is inconsistent with the Monterey County General Plan policy that requires 25% of mixed income level affordable units. To provide vertical consistency with the general plan as well as the proposed project, an additional policy, as shown here, is proposed under Chapter 2, Section C of the Housing and Residential Land Use section of the specific plan. The proposed project also includes a residential subdivision resulting in 27 residential lots and 1 open space parcel. The project has been conditioned to ensure that Outlot B and C of the open space parcel are conveyed into a conservation and scenic easement. Outlot A will be designated for the internal roadway. The lots have been clustered pursuant to the Las Palmas Ranch specific plan. The associated site improvements, including the construction of the internal roadway and installation of underground utilities, will require the removal of approximately 70 non-native eucalyptus trees. To compensate for the loss of screening these trees currently provide, the applicants will landscape with native trees and other plants to soften the impact the future development may have on the scenic corridor. The circled areas on the map here show the proposed subdivision improvements that will occur on slopes in excess of 25%. This development has been minimized to the maximum extent feasible. The project site is located on the plateaued area above and to the west of the existing Las Palmas 1 subdivision. To access the site, a new roadway must be constructed on the hillside. There is no alternative way to access the site without developing on slopes, and the applicants have opted to utilize Woodridge Court as the access points already extends partially up the hillside. The proposed subdivision is subject to the county's inclusionary housing policies and regulations. The Monterey County General Plan requires 20% of new units be affordable to very low, low, and moderate income levels. The county requires an additional 5% affordable to workforce 1 income households, which are considered above moderate income for the purposes of RHNA. Section 18.40.050 of the Monterey County Code allows an exception to providing all units on site if the developer demonstrates that specific characteristics of the development site, such as lack of access to services, zoning which requires large lot development, or potentially high site maintenance costs, make the site unsuitable for households at the required income levels. The applicants are proposing 4 on-site moderate income units. This makes up approximately 15% of the affordable units, covering the required moderate and workforce 1 unit. An in-lieu fee of $401,525 would make up the other 10%, the low and very low units, bringing the total inclusionary housing contribution to 25%. The applicant's attorney argues that the county cannot enforce 25% and that only 20% is enforceable per state law. Staff does not believe that state HCD has the authority to require analysis of the workforce requirement because the county's definition of workforce 1 income level is considered above moderate income by the state, and the county has consistently met its RHNA for above moderate income units permitted. Regardless, the county and the applicant have both separately requested technical assistance from state HCD, requesting guidance on if the workforce requirement needs to be analyzed before it can be implemented, and if so, what that analysis should include. The applicant has also requested assistance from state HCD regarding the appropriateness of the county's calculation of affordable housing requirements. The applicant believes that by calculating the affordable housing requirement on the total number of units approved, it double taxes those units. The county code and the inclusionary housing ordinance are very clear that affordable housing calculation is taken from the total number of new units and not the number of market rate units proposed. As of now, state HCD has verbally agreed with staff's interpretation, but has not formally submitted a letter to staff confirming this. The table here shows the inclusionary calculation based on 27 units the applicant is seeking approval for. 1 unit is subtracted to find the base units, as 1 unit can already be built on the parcel without the subdivision. This is the calculation that the county has used since the inclusionary housing ordinance was first adopted in 1980. The applicant's calculation is shown here. Their stance is that they are proposing 23 market rate units and 4 affordable units. Therefore, their base number of units is 22. By calculating the number of affordable units by the number of market rate units only, and not the total number of units proposed, the required affordable units are reduced from 6.5, consisting of 1 workforce, 2 moderate, 2 low, and 1 very low income units, to 5.5 units. The applicants are proposing 4 on-site moderate units, as they do not agree that they must provide the 5% workforce housing. Staff calculated affordable sale prices of a 3-bedroom single-family dwelling for very low, low, and moderate income levels based on the averages for the area. Per the numbers calculated, moderate income units seem to be the most realistic for somebody to qualify for. The HOA and utility costs for Las Palmas area are higher than the average, and it can be expected that the homeowners would have less income available for their mortgage than shown here. Since interest rates cannot be subsidized or controlled, having a larger allowance for housing costs makes applying for inclusionary housing in this area more attainable. Consistent with Section 18.40.050, staff finds it appropriate to modify the inclusionary housing requirement to allow 4 on-site moderate units and an in lieu fee based on the unusual circumstances, including the high site maintenance costs, HOA, and utility fees. Consistent with the specific plan policies regarding inclusionary housing units, the moderate income units proposed are 1,500 square feet to fit in and be consistent with the market rate units. The proposed on-site moderate units and in lieu fee create a total subsidy of $1,081,925. The subsidies required on this site are significant when spread across 23 market rate units. If an exception cannot be made for the applicants and all 6 inclusionary units are required to be built on site, the total subsidy would increase by an additional 60%. Staff recommends the applicant's proposal to construct 4 on-site moderate income units due to the high subsidies required for low and very low units, as well as the difficulty for qualifying for low and very low units in Las Palmas. Requiring low and very low income units to be constructed on-site could create a situation in which no housing is built and the inclusionary requirements become an impediment to the construction of housing. However, staff also recommends an in lieu fee of $401,525 to make up the additional 2.5 units that are not constructed on-site. This project was brought before the Toro Land Use Advisory Committee on October 23, 2023, at a duly noticed meeting. Many comments were made at this meeting, including concerns of the proposed project and support of the proposed project. Staff addressed these comments at the meeting, and suggestions made by the LUAC have been implemented as conditions of approval. Multiple public comment letters were received by staff following the applicant's submittal for a residential subdivision. Ms. Christine Kemp submitted a letter requesting updates to certain conditions of approval and the addition of conditions to ensure items such as erosion control, parking, and design do not create a burden for the homeowners association and its members. Mr. Mark Kelton submitted a letter stating that agricultural activities are allowed on the Farini Ranch property, the neighboring property to Riverview, and should not be impacted or interrupted by the proposed subdivision. Mr. Tony Lombardo, on behalf of the applicants, also submitted a public comment letter regarding the county's ability to enforce 25 versus 20% affordable units and to disagree with the county's inclusionary housing calculation. Staff and the Planning Commission recommends that the Board of Supervisors certify the final subsequent environmental impact report as augmented in September 2023 and adopt a statement of overriding considerations, adopt a resolution to amend the Las Palmas Ranch specific plan, and adopt a resolution to approve a combined development permit consisting of a vesting tentative map, a use permit to allow development on slopes exceeding 25%, and a mitigation and monitoring and reporting plan. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lombardo, you're representing, I believe, the developer on this, and I know you have a disagreement with HCD staff. I can give you 5 minutes if that is adequate for you, I hope.
I hope. It might be a couple more, but I'll go as fast as I can. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Anthony Lombardo. I won't regurgitate staff's presentation on what the project has been. It was filed in the year 2015 as a assisted living senior citizen project with a lot of opposition. The board directed us to look at residential alternatives. We did that in 3 different versions, which was thankfully and finally supported by the neighborhood and by the Toro Advisory Committee, as well as the Planning Commission. The issue of debate is still, and if we could, Craig, we could go on to where it says inclusionary housing regulation. The issue we're debating is what's the appropriate inclusionary housing requirement. This is not a large development. It's not large developers.
We need to move the slide, is that correct?
Yes, if you could go forward to the slide that says inclusionary housing regulations. That one.
There we go.
Yeah, so these are the inclusionary housing regulations that apply to this project. The specific plan, as staff said, had a 15% requirement. The county's adopted inclusionary housing ordinance in 2002 had a 20%. Your general plan describes future ordinances raising the requirement to 25%, which have never been done. In 2011, there were further revisions to the inclusionary housing ordinance after the general plan was adopted that also retained the 20% requirement. The Riverview application was filed in 2015. You revised your general plan housing element, which means revised your general plan in 2016, again, retaining the 20% inclusionary housing requirement. 2022, the single-family housing alternative was filed. Your most recent draft housing element had a recommendation or has a recommendation for 20%. And on another project, your County Housing Advisory Committee called the Guard subdivision on Baranda just considered, they recommended 20% on that project. Next slide, please. The issue we have is, what does in lieu mean? In lieu means, according to Merriam-Webster, in place of or instead of. So in lieu fee for inclusionary means how are you paying for the inclusionary units that you're not building on site for the reasons staff described, but instead paying for them. If you go to the next slide, here's the Monterey County inclusionary housing ordinance, and you can see in the area I've highlighted, it states for each market rate unit, you calculate a cost of the in lieu fee. So it's not for, you don't count in lieu fees on top of inclusionary housing. It's limited to calculating on market rate units within the development. And that number is 23, which is reduced to 22 because there's already one lot there. So we go to the next slide, please. So what the math looks like is at the 15%, this project, net 26, is providing 4 on site, which is what the other development in the project provided. At 20%, we owe 0.4 of a unit, which is $64,000, and at 25%, we owe 1.5 because you don't count the in lieu fee on the inclusionary, only on the market rate, according to the plain language of the section that I just showed you from the inclusionary housing ordinance. So the fee would be $240,000 at the 25% level, counting only the market rate units as is required by the county code for determining in lieu fee. With that, in closing, we'd respectfully request that the board choose the inclusionary alternative of no more than $240,000 in recognition of the agonizingly long process this project has been through, and which has at this point cost them over $1 million to try and get an approval for a project that's on land that's zoned and has been zoned for 4 decades for this development. And that we also believe that we're entitled to a development incentive based on state law. I guess maybe we'll hear that from HCD in Sacramento too, can answer that question. But if they agree that we're entitled to an incentive, we'd respectfully request that we have an incentive regarding the processing of the final map in order to try and get it done expeditiously and more affordably than it would otherwise be done. So that's 5 minutes pretty much on the dot. So thank you. Oh, by the way, we also are removing 70 eucalyptus trees that are looming over the top of the Las Palmas development there now. I'd like a couple of minutes to be able to rebut if there's any public testimony comment that I need responding to.
There isn't any official comments, so there isn't any official opposition opposing this that way. So we'll consider it, but I'm not going to guarantee it. Questions from the board on this? I guess I have one question. Is Mr. Lombardo's request to go from 25 to 20? Have we done that before on anything? Consideration on the way that he's proposing it?
In the past, we've done 20% before the 2010 general plan. And I think the 2010 general plan policy says the county will enforce a 25% affordability requirement, which would then require us to update our inclusionary housing ordinance to reflect the general plan language, which has not been done yet. So that's part of where the confusion is.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate the length to which our applicant has gone to work with.
I was going to ask for questions first, if we have questions, and then, yeah.
Then this was a question. Okay, I'll just try to acknowledge. So my question is really back to our inclusionary fee calculation. When I'm looking at these numbers, I'm looking at our LU 2.13, ensuring a consistent application of affordable housing ordinance that requires 25% of new housing units be affordable to very low, moderate, and workforce. I'm unclear still unclear, even after seeing all the numbers, how we get to a reality where the $400,000 buys out multiple, how are we replacing how are we replacing 25% of the 26 units? That's, in my calculation, that's 6.5 units. To be able, for the county to pay into it an in lieu fee, and for the county to be able to build 6.5 units of low, very low units, based on what I've last seen, it's $700,000 to build a unit. I guess I'm unclear how we're ending up with such a low fee amount. And then the second question, and I'll just lay this out. So what I hear the argument being raised is that because a community has an HOA, that by default prevents inclusionary housing from being built in that, or low-income housing from being built in that community. I feel like that has to be the antithesis of affirmatively fair housing, and I can't imagine that the state would uphold that as an argument for why you can't build low or very low income housing in a community that has an HOA. Tell me I'm wrong, or help me understand that a little bit more.
All very good questions. And maybe Zoe can bring the chart back up that shows the breakdown of the units with the inclusionary housing fee. So one of the things is the per unit fee is a little out of date. Mr. Lombardo put up some language on how that should be calculated. It's the cost of a unit at 100% median income level. So that calculation hasn't been refreshed in the past couple of years. So it's likely under what it should be, and we do need to update that calculation to bring it into the current market conditions. So,
sorry, that's 160. This is the slide I was looking for. 160,000 is the per unit fee. I have no. I'm not understanding how we could build an affordable unit with $160,000 in lieu fee paid to us.
It's out of date, but it is the fee we had established through our last iterations of doing the calculation to determine that fee amount.
Okay, so we would already be allowing an exception to allow the in lieu fee to be paid. So then I go back to my first question of how is it that it would be affirmatively fair to say that someone who's low income can't have a home in an HOA community?
Yeah, they can have a home. I think there's a provision of the inclusionary housing ordinance that says you can deviate from the percentage required for the affordable housing units, which is what they're proposing to do. They're not providing the 1 and very low, 2 low, and I think 1 moderate unit on site. What they're proposing is 4 moderate and the remaining portion of their obligation to make up 6.5 units in lieu fee. So
according to my calculations, if you were talking about 25% of the units being subject to affordability, 6% would be very low, so that would be one very low. 6% would be low income, that would be one low. 8% moderate, one moderate, and 5% workforce. So in this case, you'd essentially end up with one low, one very low, one moderate, and one workforce.
Yeah, with staff's calculation, it's in that total units 27 lots column.
Yeah.
On where it goes to the income categories, you'd have one very low, two moderate, and one workforce for a total, and one half of a remaining unit. That's where the 6.5 comes from. So what they're proposing is 4 moderate. That means the 1 very low, 2 low are not included. They actually could reduce, we usually allow for the income categories to be less than what is required. So anything very low could, you could satisfy anything above that in the income categories potentially. So they actually have 4 moderate, which is more than the workforce and moderate income unit would be proposing. But in order to make up the remaining 1.5% under the 27 lot, 25% calculation, the remaining 1.5 units would be paid with that in lieu fee. And so what is part of the resolution and part of the decision of the board is the provision in the inclusionary housing ordinance that says that you can deviate from this waterfall calculation, these numbers exactly, if there are unusually high maintenance costs and other unique circumstances applicable to this site. So I think Zoe went over some of the utility and affordability costs that would make it so that most low-income family households would have little left over in their annual income to pay for regular household expenses, because the state actually has said you cannot exempt a low-income household from HOA payments and things of that sort. So they do have to pay that HOA fee. They do have to pay a fairly high sewer impact fee or sewer connection fee in that particular area, and a number of other kind of cost of living issues in that area that make it difficult for low-income housing families, but it is possible.
Right, and so I'm still counting to 3 here, two low income and 1 very low income. And so we're saying that because the community is so well maintained and so well resourced, we're going to allow the developer, so to speak, to buy out 3 units or 2 units in your calculation at a rate that is so far below. So we're effectively getting no housing out of this, as opposed to saying, no, we're gonna hold firm and we need those houses built. We need those 3 units built. And whether they're built on this site or whether they're built somewhere else, we need those 3 units built. By saying we're gonna allow this to be paid out in an in lieu fee and not hold firm to having it built on site due to the allowable exemption that you're describing that I disagree with, we're effectively saying that there will be no additional low or very low income housing built as a result of this project.
But Supervisor, ask you.
I just want to make sure I'm clear.
I know I have a question. I think I'm going to answer a little bit some of your questions too, which if I could jump in here a little bit. I had some of the same concerns about how with the in lieu fee and how that would be covered here. So I wrote to Jeffrey Morgan from CHISPA, and I have a lot of faith in Jeffrey, and he wrote back and stated that for the Alfred Diaz Infante apartments, which are 66 multifamily units, they received $6.2 million from the county, which calculates for roughly about $91,000 a unit. I don't know where they're getting matching funds or what kind of magic wand they're waving, but if you're taking $1 million out of this, for example, as in lieu fees, they would be able to provide low or very low income housing for roughly double from what I understand, on what they're doing here. This is what Jeffrey wrote to me.
Right, so $90,000 per unit is a contribution towards a total, like the cost of the unit, the cost to build a unit is closer to $700,000. So we can contribute to units, we can be part of a funding deck, but in order to, we're talking about the requirement here through our ordinance, through our inclusionary ordinance, is that 3 low-income units will be an outcome of this, not partial funding towards 3 units, but 3 units for 3 families. That's where I'm there's a really big disconnect between what's here and what the reality is. And I just want to make sure I'm acknowledging that reality for exactly what it is. And if our agreement is, okay, we have these inclusionary ordinances, but we're never going to hold them, but yet we're developing a housing ordinance or a housing element that relies on inclusionary housing ordinances to meet our remit, but we're not actually holding anyone to the building of the affordable portions. Like it's just a whole series of decisions that result in none of the housing that our community needs. So I just want to make, I'm seeing it, I have concerns. I get it that it's the way that everything is sort of laid out for us, but it's a flawed path to gaining the housing that our community needs.
Any other questions? Other questions? Or we can take this out to the public for any comment. Is there anybody in the chambers? Yes, please come forward. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Church and Supervisors. My name is Heidi Quinn. I'm an attorney with Nolan Hammerly, Etienne Haas, and I'm here today with authority from the board of the Las Palmas Ranch Association to speak on their behalf. My comments today are largely carrying those comments raised by Christine Kemp in her prior correspondence in the meetings. And we appreciate that a lot of the requests have been addressed by staff, so thank you for that, but there's a few issues that remain. Number one, it's really important to the association that the development be limited to 1 story. I know this was raised at the Planning Commission, and I believe the applicant agreed to 1-story housing, but it's nowhere marked in the conditions of approval. We also spoke about a storm drain system and a private agreement to share costs, but it's not clear who are the parties to that agreement. We appreciate the inclusion or the mention of the erosion control plan. The association would like to review that plan. Just 2 more to go. We want to make sure that there is adequate parking. I appreciate that the conditions of approval talk about the circulation and parking plan, but there's no reference to any type of overflow parking, and we want to make sure that parking doesn't go down to Las Palmas. And then lastly, we would request that the in lieu fees go to build a park for the development. That includes my comments unless there are any questions.
Is there anybody else in the chamber? Yes, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Linda Ipong. I've lived at Las Palmas Ranch for over 34 years, so I'm very familiar with the topography and all the stuff that's gone throughout the years. The main issue that I wanted to raise is the number of houses or number of units that are going to be approved here by the board. It's saying 1,058. However, it's not accounting for the 3 units that have not been used. So if you add the 27, I think you should deduct the 3 units that still exist. Las Palmas 1 has been already built out, as has Las Palmas 2. So the only 3 units left were for parcel Q. So the 27 should include the 3 that are outstanding, and the 1,058 should be 1,055. So that's pretty much what I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers? I see no one online. Nobody online. Okay. I'm sorry, there is somebody online? All right.
Tom Mercury.
Yes, you have 2 minutes on this matter.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Tom Mercurio. I'm a senior citizen who resides at 2101 Country Park Road in Las Palmas 1. I'm here today to object to the development of parcel Q due to my home being approximately 30 feet from Woodridge Court, which is the main access easement road to parcel Q. I am in failing health. I have a form of Parkinson's and would be greatly impacted by the noise and pollution during construction and continued use of this easement road. In order to help reduce the noise pollution, I'm asking that the developer pay for the installation of double pane windows on the portion of my home which faces the access road. In addition, I am requesting that the developer install and pay for a sound wall between my home and the development access road, subject to the HOA approval. Finally, I am requesting that the hours of construction be limited to 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. There's nobody else online, so we will close public comment and bring it back here to the board. Supervisor Adams.
I have a couple of questions, and probably in series. But regarding Ms. Quinn's comments about the agreements, particularly the storm drain, does that have any bearing on what it is that we're going to be deciding here today from the board? Do we need to ensure that those things are included in what we move on, or what do we do about that?
Typically, we would not have any involvement in an agreement between homeowners associations and property owners outside of our requirements that stormwater be controlled, which there is a condition for, but there isn't a condition that requires an agreement between the HOA and the property owner currently.
Okay. And then I want to be sure that I have this right, and so I'll just ask you, Craig. I'm unclear about what our options are today, and I do saw in Ms. Lombardo's slide deck the Planning Commission's recommendations, and that was for 6.5 inclusionary and affordable units, which would include 4 moderate units and 2.5 in lieu fee units. So that means that they would be just giving the money. They would not be providing the, and the money would be the $160, $610 per unit?
Yes.
Okay. So that's it. And can you tell me, do we have any other options that are viable today?
You do. The inclusionary housing ordinance allows compliance by either providing units on site, providing them off site, or paying a fee in lieu of. And it also provides this exception process for varying from this. So what is before you is kind of a combination of providing some on site and some in fees in lieu of. But the board could require all on-site units, all off-site units, all paid a fee in lieu of, or any combination within that as part of their decision-making process.
Chair, can I clarify that question? So you said we could require all of the affordable units to be built off-site, and so it's either all on-site, all off-site, or the in lieu fee?
Or a combination.
Or a combination thereof. Okay, so we could say the 4 units moderate on-site, the 2.5 off-site. Would we be able to say the 2.5 for the time being would be required to be on-site until such time that they develop out the property? Because the other question is, it's unclear whether this is going to move forward for development now or whether the permit will be, sort of held for some period of time. At the point when development begins, with the option to then come back and pay a market rate in lieu fees at that point in time.
I think if the board wanted to explore offsite units, we would want to go back and take a look at that, make sure that we have the findings that we need to make and the environmental analysis, identify where they might go or how that might look or work. I don't have the answers for you.
That sounds like a good option to me, given that I just want the units built is what I ultimately want. I want the housing to come as